All right. We are, with any luck, in Atlanta right now. And this is the flight that my wife is on at this very minute. And we are going to do our best. We'll see. We're going to do our best. We're going to see if we can manage this flight here. This is the PMDG no, this is not the PMDG 777. Of course, this is the PMDG 737, which I haven't flown in quite a while. We are in Atlanta. We're Delta Flight 1905. And we've got that. Let me see. So this is all kind of spur of the moment here. I gotta log into VATSIM. We're Delta 1905. I'm gonna say American probably about 50 times because I'm used to flying for American. But let's see what we can do here. Doesn't look like the desktop audio is working. Why isn't the desktop audio working? Ah, there we go. All right. All right, so there's that. So we are the 738. And we are now online. And looks like we only have Cleveland Center, which is just fine. So, like I said, my wife is literally on this flight as we speak. And I haven't flown the 737 in forever. Let's get Atlanta weather. We've got light rain. Altimeter 3014. Temperature 33. 3.21. Got winds 220 at 6 knots. I'm gonna have to try to remember how to fly this plane as we go along here. Ah, we gotta scan our QR code. Let's do that. Why not scan a QR code? So I haven't flown SimUpdate16 in quite a while. I did one flight in it early on. And that was it. Let's see. Navigraph. What is my Navigraph password? No idea. So there's that. Let me see if I can find my Navigraph password here. It's gotta be fascinating for you guys to watch me do this. Alright, Navigraph. What do we got? We have got... Okay. That's easy enough. So how are you guys doing on a Friday? I dropped my wife off at Syracuse International Airport earlier today. And she flew down to Atlanta, and that was spectacular. She's flying with Delta. We always fly with American, always. But Delta was just a whole lot better this time around. So we've got that. Let's see here. All right. performance tool. Let's import all this stuff. We're going 27 left, I believe. There's 27 left. Get all that. Get all that. Let's calculate all this fun stuff. Oh, I haven't done any of this stuff. All right, so hello. Oh, don't tell me this is frozen. But it looks that way. Hey, Luis, what's going on? This might be a real short flight here, because it seems yeah, everything's frozen. All right, let me try reloading this. I haven't flown 2020 in forever, so we'll see what we get here. This is kind of a spur of the moment thing, just because I have nothing else to do. So, how you doing, Luis? What's going on with you today? Alright, there we go. I was in it. Man, I haven't flown this plane in so long. We'll go back. Okay, that's good. Alright, so I was hoping to kind of match hey Scons, what's going on? So I was hoping to match my wife's flight down to Panama because my wife is in this exact flight right now. And but the problem is that the problem is I am not aware of what's going on is what the problem is. The perf in it. No, let's go. Man, I haven't flown this plane forever. Let's get the flight plan. How's that for an idea? Let's do that. Set the payload. We'll set the fuel. Cash Collins, I might need help. I haven't flown this plane in forever, dude. And so as we do that, we'll get this going here. But so I copied the exact routing that they're flying this flight, and she's, let's see, departing like literally right this minute. So let's get all that. 3014 looks good. Takeoff not allowed. What do you mean takeoff not allowed? Let's try that. Plane weight exceeds maximum allowable weight. Doesn't look that way to me. Let's try this one more time. 27 left. Import from the OFP. 163. There we go. Alright, it was just upset with me. So, flaps 5. Trim 5.44. V2 is 157. Alright, we should be good. Alright, let's get down here. We'll load that. And I don't know, I've flown out of Atlanta once, but I'm not real familiar with the airport. So Smoltz 3 departure in honor of John Smoltz, of course. What do we got here? We've got a top altitude of top altitude of 10,000 feet, so we'll put that in. It's already in. And we'll activate that. And then we'll do perf in it. Got that. Let's get my... Did I not load that? Darn you. Darn you. Okay, so we will go back to SimBrief. Actually, you know what? Watch this. So how's everybody doing on a Friday? I am on my own for the next for the next 9 days. So planned fuel, what we're looking for, let's see here. So what's that, like 4.1 and 4.9, about 9,000. So go 9.0, we'll see what that thinks of that. Cost index is what, 30? I think cost index for American 738 is, what was it? I think it was like 34 or 32. 737 cost index of 35. That sounds right. So we'll go 35. Cruise altitude is I'll do this the easy way, 33,000. Let's see. No. Doing that. Well, we'll worry about that in a little bit. So let's get legs. Let's get the winds. Does not want to give me the winds. Perfect in it. Let's get that. How about that for an idea? Change flap setting. Oh yeah. That's a good idea. There we go. Execute that, except for we'll change it. Oh, I'm not flying American, am I? I'm flying Delta. Alright, that's all good. Let's see. Cruise 350. Let's see if it'll now give me the winds. We already got winds. Nice. That's what I thought. Get some descent winds. Take a dip in the river pools. That sounds like a good plan. We've finally got some relief from our heat. It has been so hot in New York. It's been ridiculous. And it's finally like not 8,000 degrees in New York right now, which is kind of nice. So there is that. Transition level 190. That's on the way down. Yeah, I bet you it's hot down there. Alright, so now let's go. Let's go. And one limit. Let's see what we got here. Select temp is. I didn't look at that, did I? I did not. Select temp is NA. Alright, there you go. So select temp is NA. So good there. Flaps 5. But we don't have. Alright, departure is. I didn't load my what I usually load, which is the briefing panel. The departure Smoltz 3 wallet. Smoltz 3 wallet. John Smoltz. Good golfer. Good pitcher. Really annoying when you're a Mets fan. Alright, let's execute that. Takeoff. Confirm all that. 155. So we'll go 175. And we gotta set. Let's have a look at our charts here. Alright, departure. Smoltz 3 RNAV departure. We want the airport as well. Which airport chart do we need? We need 10-9, which is this one right here. So we'll pin that. Alright, we got that, we got that. Alright, so here's our departure. Top altitude is 10,000, 27 left. Sorry if I'm getting behind in the chat. I just got to figure out what the heck I'm doing. Climate heading at 275. That's the first thing I needed to know. This is gonna be fun. I haven't flown this plane in forever. It's gonna be like a IQ test here today. Hopefully I pass. Alright, it's 275, 275, 275. Alright, altimeter is 3014. So anybody wants to fly from Atlanta to Panama, hop on. Alright, let me just make sure that we're connected. We are. Good. And we'll check. So I'm surprised that there's no ATC on Atlanta at heat index of 110 in Northeast Oklahoma. I mean, Northeast Oklahoma. Hey Gino, what's going on? How you doing? Northeast Oklahoma, like I would expect to be pretty darn hot right now. You know. Let's see here. Alright, legs page, let's just make sure. Yeah, we're good. Now, let's go back to approach. Now, departure arrival, that's what we're looking for. Alright, MPTO. We are looking at runway 03 right. Here, let me show you guys the flight plan here. Where is me Navigraph charts? Alright, here we go. So, let's take a look at our approach. So this is kind of a wild, I love this airport because it's there's some pretty intricate approaches in here, as you can see. So we're down to Bodud. Let me make sure that that's the last thing in our, well, Bodud, ILS Yankee 3 right. ILS Yankee 3 right will do the trick for me. Let me have a look here. Where would that be? Hold on. Let's have a look here. ILS Yankee runway 3 right. Bodud. Oh, okay, there we go. So let's just take one more look here. Bodud sticks in. So it's got some cool approaches. The RNAV approaches in particular. Let's go back here. Yeah. The RNAV approaches are pretty wild. RNP3 right. That one's not that interesting. Where are... So I remember some pretty wild approaches. These are those. These RNP approach with crew training required. But anyway, we're not flying that. So we're going the Asupa to RNAV arrival. Asupa to what? Asupa to... There's several. Alright, so what approach are we flying again? We're flying the ILS-3 right. ILS-3 right. Full bud. So let's get back to here. ILS-3 right. ILS-3 right. But please tell me there's only one. Okay. The transition. Okay. Let's see here. We've got the SECMA transition. There's that. So with any luck, check the legs page. Alright, Bobud. And then what? That doesn't look correct. ILS Yankee 3 right, that's why. This is why we do these things. Super 2A, SECMA, execute. Now it should be correct. Yes, so we'll take this, we'll put that here. So security. Let's make sure. Yeah, all good. All right. All right, so we should be good to go. So there's that. Let's get over here. It's a prog page. Sorry that this is terribly boring, but Mike Coffee, I told you, brother. I told you. Hey Bob, what's going on? So I'm doing the flight that my wife is doing, and let's see. Do we have center fuel? We do, and she's gonna get there long before I do. Is kind of what I'm thinking here at this point. Did I have that on? I hope so. All right, so let's go APU start. If I can do this, we're gonna be, it's going to be a miracle. Turn the probes on. Let's get the collision lights on. Seatbelt lights are on. So I haven't, yeah, this is gonna be. This is gonna be interesting. So let's get the chart, the airport chart up here. So how are we getting to 27 left? There is the question of the day. We're gonna go that 6S. And then actually it's not too bad. Let's go 6S Lima. 6S Lima. Lima Charlie should do us just fine. And once we're airborne, I'll find out where my once we're airborne, I'll find out where my wife is. She's probably going to be over Cuba by the time I get off the ground. Alright, so got those on. Alright, so APU is running. This is going to be an adventure. If I don't screw this up, it will be a miracle. Ground power release. Oh, no, 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 we don't want it. No, 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 we don't want that. No. If I click that, go away. Alright, cool. Now hopefully everybody leaves. Everybody go away. Yeah. Nice. I haven't flown this plane in so long. I am so glad to be back. Alright, so we are free human beings. We are free. So if I remember correctly, I have to do a manual pushback on this plane. Alright, there we go. That's better. So I don't even have my brakes set. Alright, so let's see if we can figure this out. We're gonna let's see if there's anybody to back into. Doesn't look like it. So we'll go get the pushback going here. Go here. Please, please, please get this right. Electrics are all on. Fuel pumps are all on. Hydraulics. We're about here in a second. And once we get moving, which is now, we'll go right engine first. That's not looking encouraging. Nothing's happening. Cash, what did I miss? Uh-oh. What did I miss? AP generators on. Oh, the bleed. Oh, okay. Alright, that's my problem right there. I need to turn these bleeds off. Oh, packs have got to be off too. Come on, dude. There we go. See that, Cash? Yeah, I got there eventually. All right, let's stop this here. Let's stop the pain briefly. Do that. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. There's gonna be some. Johan, thanks a lot, by the way. There's gonna be some moderate brain malfunction here. Why is that not still going? I know I don't have to bring this up until Alright, we'll get there. We'll get there. We are on VATSIM, so we've got plenty of people to terrorize. Alright. Flight director's on. Alright. That's looking relatively good. Alright, we'll go here. Come down here. Let's go. All right, that was relatively, no, Mike, I did not go to the expo. I had a cold, of all things, that week. FP, yes, this is with DLSS. I should get Flight Radar 24 fired up and get my, let's see here, what are we, Delta 1905. That's the funny thing, I'm flying the exact same flight that my wife is flying, so she is currently, oh, they're just taxiing. Ha! So I'm not going to be that far behind. Alright, so let's go back up here. Go dun dun dun. Packs on. Gen 1. Let's go Gen 1. It's all starting to come back. This bleed can go off. Brain is starting to function again, slowly but surely. We'll go taxi light on, we'll turn this off. And yeah, I think we actually managed here. Let's check everything here. Battery Gen 1. Powers, I mean, that switches off. APU's off. So all good. Turn those on before takeoff. Everything's looking good. We want to cool the cabin because it's hot out. Those are on auto. Auto. Alright, this is got to be 35,000. And we're good to go. So, let's see here. Alright, flaps 5. Stop twitching. Alright, flaps 5. Auto brakes rejected takeoff. That's gotta be 5.44. Alright. I mean, we're actually underway under our own power, using mostly my brain, which is pretty impressive. Alright, 6S Lima Charlie. Oh, so in PlaySim 24, you can turn it, you can like zoom and hold. In this sim you can't. Forgot about that. Oh, it's gonna drive me nuts. Alright, let's set a quick co-pilot view here. Alright. So, what's going on a Friday night? Yeah, B3 burner, you're so right. I do this actually quite often. I just don't do it publicly. For reasons which may become obvious as the flight goes on. I cannot wait to have this airplane in Flight Sim 24. I'm actually kind of surprised at how much I've enjoyed flying the Airbuses in 24, the Phoenix, but I'm a Boeing guy at heart. I just remembered that's the toga button right there. So what do we got here? We've got rejected takeoff, flaps 5. I mean, I think we're pretty good. 275, 275, 275, 10,000. I'll go LNAV, VNAV before we get going. So I think we're actually doing pretty well. And it's so funny because I think my wife's plane is at the end of the runway right now getting ready for takeoff. So I might be literally in exact, and so the flight that they're doing, hey Brian, what's going on? How are you? So for those of you who missed the intro, my wife is doing this flight right now, like literally right now. And boy, this plane looks sharp, doesn't it? I'm sorry, the Boeing just looks way cooler than an Airbus. I'm sorry. I could even do Lima 16 like 20. But so my wife is doing this flight right now in real life, and they are, I believe, literally at the end of the runway, ready to depart. They're doing this flight in a 737-900, which is why no, this is on beta. So this is officially my second flight in the beta, in Sim Update 16 beta. Oh, getting ready for Norway. How cool is that? Norway's got to be pretty cool in the summer. It's going to be an interesting thing to do. That's going to be the Lima 14. We got 2 more on the right here. Let's take a quick look on Atlanta. Make sure we're not going to annoy anybody. I don't think there's any incoming traffic. I'm still relatively shocked that there's no ATC on it, Atlanta right now. So there's Lima 14. Well, Lima 16 will do the trick for us. No FP, I haven't. It does look pretty good, doesn't it? I mean, it's funny because I always tell myself when I come back to Flight Sim 2020 how nice it looks. It really does. I think the biggest thing for me is just that there's no just reminded me. Oh, and hold on, I actually have to do, so let's hold short here. The reason, part of the reason there's no ATC talk is because I'm not on the correct radio frequency. One of the things about flying, be it in real life or sim life, is it's the little things that you forget first. And it's not that I'm not used to flying right now. Like, my flying brain is still doing okay. It's just I'm so wrapped up in trying to operate this plane properly that I've totally forgotten the little things, which is called fixation. KATL 119.1. So what happens is you get fixated on things and you forget other things. So let's go 119. So anybody who's on VATSIM in Atlanta right now might be cursing me. All right, 119.1. All right, good to go. All right, so I think we're good to go. There's no traffic coming in. So let's go. Oh, this is gonna drive me nuts. All right, so we'll hit that. We'll go auto throttle armed. Go LNAV, VNAV. Those are set. All right, we're good to go. So Atlanta traffic, Delta 1905 departing 27 right, Smoltz 3 departure to the south, Atlanta. All right, let's do it. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see if we can pull this off.
Atlanta traffic up 4116, departed runway 26 left, fighting through 6000, departing to the west, on course to Birmingham in the rain.
Alright. One thing is I can't hear. Some people's radios are so low. Alright, we'll go landing lights on, turn those on, and alright, showtime. This looks really good. Alright. Engines are stabilized. Toga power is set. Airspeed is alive. It's 80 knots. Cross-checked. I forgot I got my co-pilot on this flight, on this plane. Whoopsie daisy. Alright.
Positive rate of climb.
Gears coming up. Oh, it feels so nice to be back in the 737. It really does. Coming to flaps 1. Why does it want to go 20 degrees nose up? That ain't right. Alright, speed checks for flaps up. And let's do some hand flying. What I really should have done is turn some panel lights up. That would have been good. Let's let George do some flying here. Alright, so there's that. That wasn't too bad. Let's go there. Flaps are up. Let's come up here. Oh no, that was the... Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, that was not smooth. That's where the takeoff, the taxi light is in the Phoenix, in the Airbus. This is why I just did that. Don't ever do that. Sim update 16, I'm not really even sure, to be honest with you. Man, this looks fantastic. Oh, I just noticed my... Look in the lower left hand. I don't know if you guys can see it in the lower left hand corner. My DLSS version is dead wrong. Alright, let's turn this up a little bit. Where are... There we go. And up a little bit. All right. You know, it's funny, a lot of people complain about the sounds.
Zero, Jackson traffic,
Delta 3035, departing runway 27 right will be RNAV 2 Law, departing to the south.
A lot of people talk about the PMDG sounds, that they don't like them. I mean, I think that punch, I think that sounds pretty darn good. Alright, altitude set to 17,000. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah. Switch to 122.8. Other thing I should have done before departure is this. So we're looking good here. All right, we're looking good. TCAS is off. That's not good. We'll get there. Brain is slowly engaging. Brain is slowly engaging. Turn this off. I didn't even set a. We'll go 1334. How's that? Alright, now we're going. Now we're going. I think it's, Bob, I think it's a thing with a lot of things, a lot of planes, and people get so worked up about weird things. I don't know. I think the sounds are great. The 777, I know a lot of people really had issues with the 777 sounds. I think the Rolls-Royce sounds in the 777 were amazing. They were awesome, or are awesome. I know PMDG is working them over. But I don't know. I think partially probably because of like having flown FS98. Like I just have a really hard time sitting here looking at this thinking that I'm missing out, you know? I really do. Let me see here. Let me see here. That's the weirdest thing, is just everything is in different places. Alright, those can come off. That's what I was looking for before. Let's check everything here. Fuel pumps are all on. Landing lights are on. They should come off. Above 10,000. Battery Gen 1. Generators are on. Seat belts can go to auto. I think, I forget if I need to turn these off or not. I think I do. But then again, something tells me I don't. That's something I should have done before takeoff. Well, those are all on, thank God. This is what you do checks. Probe heats are on. The probes rather are on. Electric's all good. Cabin is pressurizing. Let's check our cabin temps. Cabin temps are, ooh, that's looking a little warm in the aft cabin there. Let's turn that down for those nice folks. That's looking a little warm. Yeah. Alright, recirc fans on auto, on. APU bleed is off. Pressurizing, so I think we're good to go. Wait to start and okay. So I'm just gonna leave those right where they are. Man, that is looking sharp, no? Switch should be pointing to the top. Okay, yep, gotcha. Just the little, you know, it's the little things that you kind of forget if you haven't flown a plane in a while. Feels weird flying a Delta. I ain't used to flying Delta. So now let's find out where we're gonna do a comparison test between me and Mrs. IslandSimPilot. We're gonna see where she is. Holy cow, we are in. You guys are gonna laugh. Alright, so we are literally. Let me get the browser up here. Where is me browser? What I'm gonna do, I wanna move this up. Not that one. Well, let's see that one real quick. So I'll show you guys where Mrs. ISP is. She is literally exactly where we are. I mean, not that I'm gonna find it on here. Here we go. So there's Mrs. IslandSimPilot. Flight is about 4 hours. Yeah, B3 burner, I think the same thing. It looks really crisp, right? The plane in particular. So that's where she is. Now let's have a look where we are. I mean, that's pretty close. And I got the route from Flight Radar 24. That's pretty close. I think they're a little bit ahead of us. But overall, I think we're pretty darn close. So, I mean, right, Bob? Not too bad. I thought it was way far behind. Yeah, it's alright. I mean, they might be like maybe 10 minutes ahead of us. Maybe. But, let's see here. So Walla is the end of... Walla is the end of the... of the departure procedure, so we're almost done with that. I mean, yeah, I'll be able to look actually right here and see where. So that we just passed Smoltz. So let me see where they are on. Yeah, I mean, I think we're literally like exactly. As a matter of fact, yeah, they might be about 10 minutes in front of us in the real flight. So, I mean, Brian, it's running beautiful. I didn't change any of my settings. Like I said, I haven't flown this sim in probably, I would say, I would say 3 weeks, something like that. And it's been updated once, maybe even twice since the last time I flew it. But I mean, the performance is just fantastic. You know, this looks great. I'm using DLSS quality nowadays, even here on in 2020. I used to do it. You know what, Brian? It did, and I didn't catch it. I was in such a hurry to get the flight going. And that's why I noticed there was like some really bad ghosting on the PFDs and the MFD. But I mean, it's, you know, it's life. I can live with that. Smoltz is smut as far as I'm concerned. Man, he was one of my. I'm a big Mets fan. He was one of my least favorite players. Of course, you get to a certain point in life when you realize that you shouldn't dislike somebody as a human being because they played for the other team. You know what I mean? But I was not a fan of John Smoltz, I can tell you that much. That much I can tell you. So we'll go have a look real quick at the route of flight today. So we're coming out of Atlanta. There's somebody I know. Who's that? Oh gosh, that's funny. Where is he coming from? That is a long flight. Barcelona. I don't know if you guys use Volanta, but I think this stuff is pretty cool. Anyway, so we're coming down the west coast of Florida. One of the things I wish that oh, that's cool that comes up. I didn't know that, actually. But one of the things I wish Volanta would do is actually have the waypoints on your flight plan. Because you import the flight plan into Volanta, but it doesn't show the waypoints. But we'll come down the west coast of Florida, the Gulf Coast of Florida. We'll come down over top of Cuba. I don't know if there's any Castros alive anymore. We might say hi to them on the way by. And then just come straight down in. What's funny is I'm used to flying this flight for American, so I'll fly it from Miami, and it's literally, you can see it's literally just a straight line right down. It's kind of cool stuff. But it's gonna be a while. We got we've got about 4 hours, just under 4 hours. Oops, what do we got here? Prague page. Let's see. 0045 Zulu. That is literally exactly the actual time. 0045 Zulu. So what's that? About 3? No, that's about 3 hours and 20 minutes. About 3 hours and 20 minutes. Husky Simmer, I've never had any. I mean, I've never had any issues with. So my CPU is. Everything's just air cooled. Actually, I'm pretty sure. No, CPU is liquid cooled. GPU is air cooled. I've never really had any problems. Like when we have really hot days in New York, it can be an issue. Like in my office, having the PCs running. But I mean, I've never had like a temp warning, that kind of thing. You know. I'm sorry. This is just a much cooler looking airplane than an Airbus. It just is. Spent half the night most of the morning trying to figure out how to, the GTN didn't work in the A2A updated Comanche. That one I don't know. Is that an official integration, or is that one where you need a mod to do it? Man, that's a cool looking plane. And actually, now that I think about it, hopefully that's not too loud. But one of the things that people have been talking about in the official forums the last couple of days is that they think the ground texture, like the maps now, are the same in 2020 as they are in 24. I'm not sure if that's official, but I mean, it looks fantastic as far as I'm concerned. Some people don't like it. I don't know why. Man, this looks great. Only 28, climbing up 28,000. Get lower GPU temps in 2020 and higher in 24. Yeah, the laptop is probably the thing, right? Let's see, what's our heading? 169. Another thing, a lot of the things on that you have to do manually on the Airbus, or on the Boeing rather, are manual on the Airbus, which I guess I kind of like. But man, this is gonna be a nice flight. Beautiful day for it. Gorgeous day here in New York. Oh, comparing. Let's see, why are they going that way? Oh, okay. They must have gotten the real world flight is, let's see here. You can see the real world flight is taking a little bit of a left here. Or no, I guess that would be a right. Down this way. Maybe weather could be. Is the flight plan, like I said, I got the flight plan right from Flight Radar 24. They look like they came this way. The flight plan is down this way, so we'll see what they do. Oh, we'll see what they do. But yeah, so I am did a GA flight tonight in 2024. Amazing. Yeah, the Dakota is great. I absolutely love the Dakota. Hey Marky, what's going on? How you doing? Glad you could join us, my friend. I think there's a pretty big improvement with both ground textures and photogrammetry. Yeah, I mean, 2024 just looks amazing, but I tell you what, this looks fantastic to me. I mean, that's kind of, I guess, kind of the beauty of it, is we really don't have much of anything to complain about, right? I mean, whichever way you go, you're in pretty good shape. My only gripe with 2024 is that I can't fly this airplane. That's my gripe in 2024 right now. It's it. Oh yeah, I've read about that, Mike. It doesn't close down properly, I guess. Airplane Haven Lancaster. I saw something about that. Those older planes, Where am I going? I'm gonna take a quick look at that. Those, Brian, those older planes are complex to say the least. And what was that thing called again? The Lancaster. I love, like, some of those. Oh yeah, that's gonna be. Yeah, I mean, it would be it would be fun to fly for sure, and just do some like VFR, just kind of cruising around. And I'm looking at it right now. I mean, it's a cool plane. It's a really cool plane. But these types of older aircraft are so complex to fly. I don't know if they have, let me see, do they have like a sort of a co-pilot sort of thing? Doesn't seem like it. Hey, Virtue Sim, what's going on, Mike? Haven't seen you in a while. What's going on? How you doing? We're just we're flying this flight because my wife is literally doing this exact flight right now. But so Mike, I guess in 2024 or in 2024 in Sim Update 3, the aircraft and all that is downloadable. I don't know if scenery is. I don't think so. But yeah, oil shutters and cow flaps and all that fun stuff. That's the thing with those older planes. Like the DC-6. The DC-6 from PMDG would be an amazing airplane. You know? But it's just I was gonna say I'm afraid of it. I'm not really afraid of it. It's just it would take so much to learn. My thing is, if I in some ways wish that I was somebody who could just find one plane to like fall in love with and only fly that plane, or maybe like two planes, you know, like only the 777, only the 737, and then you can really kind of master it, you know. But my problem is I just like so many different airplanes. But the other part of that is I like so many different airplanes, but I can't half-ass it. Like I have to like understand the plane. You know what I mean? Like I can't just kind of wing it. I guess that's a better expression to use. It's a more family-friendly expression. I can't just wing it and just I'm just not wired that way, you know. Check our pressurization is good. Just did a formation flight with 4 helicopters. That's awesome. The helicopters kind of look cool in Flight Sim 24. One of the things I sort of miss about the 777 is having all the pages and all the info and all that fun stuff. But that's all right. That's all right. What we got? What else we got here? I don't have enough to look at in the 777, in the 737 rather. I don't have enough to toy with. But that's all right. So, two favorite planes are the Duke and the Comanche. Dude, I told you the story about the guy who ground looped his Wilga when I was doing pattern work in real life, right? I don't know if I ever told you that one, Mike. Yeah, Bob, totally. All in or don't fly it. Completely agree. So the guy is actually my AME, which is the person who does your medical. So there's the guy in my airport who's a doctor, so he's got the finances to afford a nice airplane, and he bought a Wilga, and he was flying it one day, and I was doing pattern work in my Cherokee, and excuse me for coughing, guys. I was doing pattern work in my Cherokee, and he ground looped the Wilga when he landed, and so I had to hold. They closed the runway, and I mean it's a 12,000 foot runway. They could have let me land, but I had enough fuel and just kind of turned circles until they got done clearing the runway. But it was pretty funny for me, anyway. So I want to make sure this approach is correct. Let's see here. I'm gonna check my. So it's called a ground loop when you've got. Let me show you a Wilga. All right, let me show you a Wilga, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Do. Okay, yeah, whatever. Leave me alone. All right, let me show you this plane. I'll show you the plane, and I'll explain to you what happens. So, this is a Wilga, and the thing about tail draggers is this little wheel down here really wants to be in front of the big wheels up here. The two wheels in the front. The little wheel always wants to be in front of the other two wheels in any tail dragger. And that's why they say you're not finished flying a tail dragger until you've got it tied down, because even taxiing, this little thing wants to be up here. And so what a ground loop is when you land, or I mean you can do a ground loop on takeoff, you can do a ground loop anytime. A ground loop is when this little wheel finds its way in front of the two wheels in the front. It just swings around, like the tail swings around, and let's see here. And it just no, that's not any good. Okay, here's. Hopefully I don't get a there's no picture. Hopefully I don't get a copyright violation for showing that stuff, but it's just when the little wheel finds its way in front of the big wheel. Basically the airplane spins around 180 degrees facing the wrong way. And oftentimes when that happens, you'll tip it over and you'll tip it over and like bang a wing on the ground, or it's usually not smooth and pretty, you know, and that's what happened. So he wound up in the grass on the side of the runway, and so they closed the runway down. They closed the airport down. So I had to wait, so to speak. All right, so Mevid of Tool Bobud. Let's see here. Mevid of Tool Tierney Bobud. Yeah, I don't know where Tierney is. It's not shown on here. But then Angood Lambie, runway 3 right. Okay. Yep, we're good. Just wanted to make sure that I had the approach correct. So we'll be coming from here, Sakma, Asupa, Mevid, Avtul, Bobud, and then in. So that's it. Had nightmares when I saw a real. It's a weird looking plane, and the thing about the Wilga is the Wilga has a 300 horsepower engine. There's not a lot of tail draggers with really powerful engines. You know, like the Cub has a 65 horsepower engine, the standard Cub anyway. You know, and it's so a 300 horsepower engine. It's got a ton of torque, and it's got a lot of what's P factor, which is the way the propeller turns in a prop plane. The propeller turns this way, and the air goes around the fuselage and hits the tail, and it makes the tail want to go that way, and the nose want to go this way. And so when you've got 300 horsepower, you got a lot of torque, you've got a lot of P factor, and it's just not a super easy plane to control. You know, if you fly it all the time, no big deal. You know, if you're proficient in the plane. But I don't think Doc was very proficient. He sold that plane relatively soon after he did that, which was probably a good idea. Look, you're talking like KATL in that movie. I don't know which movie. Did anybody see the F1 movie? I haven't seen it. And this is gonna be, hopefully we get some ATC. Hopefully we get some ATC. Sunset's starting to look cool though, huh? Well, I guess not, it's not really a sunset, it's just the clouds. Yeah, I want to see it too. We were gonna get a private screening. So my, you know, I live in a small city in New York. There's like 4,000 people, and we have a movie theater, which is really unusual for a city like as small as ours. And so, you know, of course, we know the guy who owns the movie theater, and every time there's like a really cool movie, we'll just take out a private screening, and we just all go hang out and watch the movie. It's pretty cool. But we were gonna do that for F1, but we never did. The day the Earth stood still. Mike, I'm on VATSIM, so I'm not using Say Intentions right now. But I should have thought about maybe doing that actually. So now we can start to see. Now we can start to see where the real flight is. So that's they must have had some weather right here. So they're down off the coast right there. And we are, I mean, we're not that far away. They're basically right off here. So they're maybe 100 miles in front of us. So the real plane is right about where this one is. That's so cool. Oh, I lost all my cameras. I just realized that. I used to have cabin cameras in this plane so you could sit in the back. Not anymore. Star Wars just came out. It's kind of cool. I actually like living in... I like small town America. For all its warts, you know. I mean, I've lived in a lot of big cities. I lived in New York City. I lived in Washington D.C. Lived in New Orleans. I lived in Berlin. I lived in Hamburg. So I've lived in a lot of big cities, and small town life in general, I think, is a little bit more my pace. At least nowadays, that's for sure. That's a song, is that not, my coffee? That's a John Cougar Mellencamp song, who is no longer John Cougar Mellencamp. He's just John Mellencamp. Yeah, I just realized that. Wonder what their ground speed is. My ground speed is 463 knots. What is my wife's? That's never something you should ask your wife, what her ground speed is. Don't ask her that. Her ground speed is currently 450 knots. So we're doing 14 knots faster than the real airplane right now. And ATC went offline. So we don't have ATC in Florida. I don't think we're gonna have ATC anywhere, from the looks of things right now. If you look, we've got, there was ATC here, but that's gone. Where's he going? Ah, he's go. Okay, so my this is funny. So my wife is on the Delta flight that's approximately here. My mother-in-law is on a Copa flight to Panama out of Orlando. So she left out, where the heck is Orlando? I don't know. It's right there. So this plane right here is about, I wonder where is, now there's another question. Where is my mother-in-law? Where is she? Let me see. Where's my mother-in-law? Let me see if I can find out here. I'm gonna give you something interesting to look at while I try to find my mother-in-law. Let's see here. Oh. So what are you guys all doing on a Friday night besides watching me do nothing? It's late for you, no, Brian? Let's see. No way. So. Okay, no, never mind. I thought somebody was doing this, the flight of my. So my mother-in-law, let's see here. My mother-in-law is right here. She's just about right here. So my wife is here. My mother-in-law is here. That's funny. It's so, I find it weird, like if you step back and like, yeah, almost 11 o'clock. Yeah, it's early for you, Mike, right? Frankie, I'm a 737 guy. I'm surprised. I have to tell you, I'm surprised how much I like the A320. I actually spend most of my time in the Phoenix flying the A319, either the A319 or the A321. But I'm actually surprised at how much I like them, because I'm not an Airbus guy. But it's different, you know. But they're fun. It grew on me, I have to say. The Airbus. I kind of like flying the 319. But no question about it, you know, if I have to pick one, it's definitely the PMDG, no question about it. You know, but if you were a jet jockey, you'd fly the 707 or the BA 146. I would honestly, if I was going to be an airline pilot, I would fly the 777. I'd be a long haul guy. I just think long haul is so much fun, and it's I love to travel. Like I love seeing different places. I like seeing, like I like going places I have no idea where, you know, like totally bizarre new places. I really enjoy that kind of thing. First flight was on a 707. 707 is a quad engine, no? Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of the predecessor to the 747, right? The 707. That's a cool plane. Oh, Matthew, especially if you're talking 2024, that plane is unbelievable. I love that plane. You know, Matthew, that's an interesting question. I haven't flown. As a matter of fact, now that I think about it, I haven't flown the 773 in Flight Sim 24. I've flown the 773 in Flight Sim 2020, and I loved it. The 777-200 in Flight Sim 24 is amazing, amazing. So I don't know if I can really tell you whether I think it's better than the 777W because I haven't flown it in 2024. But the 200, you will not be disappointed. Trust me. I absolutely love that plane. And I'm gonna do so. For those of you who don't know, I'm repeating myself, but I'm flying this flight because my wife is currently flying this flight. So I am a free man for the next 9 days, and I'm also on vacation. So I'm gonna do a lot of flying over the next week, like a lot of live stream flying. And one of the things I want to do is a really long haul flight in Flight Sim 24 and stream the entire thing. Like do like a 14-15 hour flight, like JFK to, you know, Australia or something. I want to do something other than Australia because US to Australia, and you're flying the 98% of the time over the ocean, and that's not very interesting. So I want to find something interesting to do for a long haul flight in 2024, and I'll probably fly the 777-200. But I don't know. This is looking pretty cool. This is looking pretty darn cool. Yeah, Matthew, one thing I can promise you, you will not regret. Are you talking 2020 or 2024, Matthew? If you're talking 2024, just like, don't even think about it. Mike, you got EHRD. Is there a 777 route that goes in there? Must be. I'm guessing JFK is what you're. Yeah, 2020, Matthew. Don't even think about it. You will not regret buying that plane. Trust me when I tell you. Flying real life to Martha's Vineyard. That's not a bad idea. If I didn't have to take care of the dog, I would. I'm gonna probably do some real flying too. As a matter of fact, I want to get up in the 150. Get the lawnmower engine started in the 150. It's more powerful. Okay. Get the 777F. Yeah, Frankie. I mean, I had the opposite thing, right? So because there weren't any Boeings, you know, any PMDG Boeings in Flight Sim 24, I started flying the Phoenix Airbuses, and I was clueless. I had no idea, and now I feel pretty comfortable in that plane, in any of them, you know. But the thing, actually, now that I think about it, though, the difference between the 777 and this plane is that the 777 automates a lot of things that the 737 does not. So a lot of this, like setting manual landing altitudes, setting ILS frequencies, all that stuff that you have to do manually in the 777 and the 737 is all automated in the 777. So there's a lot of stuff that is easier in the 777. I think the move to the 737 from Airbus would be more of a challenge than moving from the 777, or than moving from Airbus to the 777. You know, Brian, that would be interesting. That would be interesting. Because, and I've never flown to that part of the world. I've flown, another place I want to fly over the week is Africa. Africa is so much fun to fly. I always have a blast doing that. But I have to tell you, sitting here looking at this and thinking that I'm in Flight Sim 2020, it's not too bad. It really is pretty nice. Are the engine sounds really loud in the external view for you guys? That's an interesting one too, Brian. I'm actually. So it's so funny because it's like, it's summer out and the weather is gorgeous, and I'm gonna spend the entire time, you know, flying, sitting in my office flying pretend airplanes. Love the Dakota in 2020, but the GNS doesn't work. Engine sounds are fine, cool. Yeah, I've got like a couple different ideas of maybe. So one of the other things I was thinking about doing this week while I'm off, one of the things I want to do in real life someday, potentially, is fly the Cherokee from here in New York to St. Martin, which would be. So I live, well, I'll show you my home airport. So this is where my wife flew out of today, Syracuse. And my home airport is right here. So we're talking flying from, well, I'll show you the big picture here. So my goal would be, or my goal is someday to fly from here all the way down here and all the way, whoopsie, and then all the way out here to St. Martin. So it'd be about 20 hours of flying all told, each direction, depending on the winds. But I've already mapped out a route, like basically go straight down here. Problem is DC. DC's a pain. But comes straight down here. And you want to avoid Philly, you really want to avoid Washington. And then just come down the coast. Probably like Fort Lauderdale Executive, somewhere around here, and then fly out over the Bahamas down to the Turks, and then Turks probably down this way, Puerto Rico, and then over to St. Martin. That would be life jackets. Life jackets, indeed. Life jackets, indeed. And I don't think my wife would think that was such a fantastic idea. But we'll see. We'll see, right? Life goals. We're just talking life goals. Let's see. So I think British Airways has got to have arrival OMDB. That's kind of one of those airports you gotta fly through, right? So 777-200, Brian, from Heathrow to Dubai. 7 hours and no, it can't be. 5 hours and 54 minutes. 2,972 miles. 777-200. Triple 200. Let's see here. Let us see here. So this would be it. That'd be kind of cool. It's actually not that long of a flight, really. It's going over top of Central Europe, so on and so forth. Delta 1905. Yeah, this is better. Alright, so there is Mrs. IslandSimPilot. And where are we? Okay, we're catching up. So she is right there. We are right here. So we're catching up. We are catching up. So cool. So that's her. That's us. Try to get the scale a little bit closer. That's pretty neat. So if I had live traffic on, we would be able to look kind of right that way and see my wife. That thing is kind of annoying. Yeah, so maybe we'll do that. Back into, how was it, Cash? That must feel nice in this weather. Let's see. Matthew, where are you from? I do, whenever I want to do some like serious VATSIM flying, I always do it in Europe because there's so much more traffic and there's so many more controllers. It's all so much more condensed. Canada, gotcha, nice. I've done a bit of flying in Canada. I want to fly to Canada in real life. I have a Piper Cherokee. I'd love to fly it, and I mean, it's can't be more than Can't be more than 90 minutes. I'd love to actually log an international flight in real life. That'd be kind of cool. Oh, Cash, you're killing me, buddy. What I wouldn't give to go take a dip in the Caribbean right now. The weather's stunning in New York right now, but the water's cold. I mean, it's just cold. So, I'm telling you, the ground, the maps, the ground textures, it looks just amazing to me. I don't know. I go back and forth between when I come back into Flight Sim 2020. There's times when I'm like, wow, this is unbelievable, and there's times I'm like, eh. But I'm definitely back in the it's unbelievable camp right now. Looks amazing. Where are we going? We're gonna take a left, I guess. Let's check our fuel here. Where are we? Femid. No, we just passed. What is that? Wolf. Alright. We just passed Wolf. Let's see here. Let's do a fuel check. I'm past it, aren't I? It's Kingston. Oh, there's Wolf. 23.2, burned 8.9. Let's see what we got. 23.3. So we are spot on. We are spot on. Just don't litter in our... I won't do that. I would never litter. I don't like littering. Littering is poor form, to say the least. Oshkosh Air Show. The only thing to me, as a matter of fact, somebody's taking... I think somebody from my flying club is going to Oshkosh in one of our planes. My thing about Oshkosh is there's so much traffic. It's just, I don't know. I don't like to be negative, but it's just kind of inviting trouble in my opinion. I don't know. It's too much traffic for me. It's too much. I'd love to see it. I'd be more interested in driving there and seeing it. Flying there, it would be a little bit much for me, I think. Yeah, so Matthew, you're talking about the Canadian Rockies. One of the things I want to do is a flight that takes me over the Antarctic. Or the Arctic, I forget which. Here goes our discussion about geography. Which one is at the top of the planet? I don't care which one I go over, I just want to go over one of them. The Antarctic is at the bottom, right? Is at the southern. Yeah. So I want to take a... Oh, I'm such an idiot. I want to do a flight that goes over the Arctic. That'd be kind of fun to do. Ahmed, what's going on? Yeah, this is all default, Ahmed. It looks incredible, doesn't it? I'm sitting here like stunned at how good this looks. So this is Sim Update 16 beta, so I don't know if they've... Whoopsie. I don't know if they've done anything with the clouds. I don't think so. But it looks incredible. It looks absolutely incredible. Yeah, the Oshkosh thing is challenging. Bob, you're not too far from Oshkosh, are you? I mean, relatively speaking. You're an Airbus guy. I would have told you to try out the FS Labs A321neo. You know, Cash, that I don't. The difference to me between the engine options, even the Boeings, it just doesn't make any difference to me. I don't care if I'm flying GE engines or Rolls-Royce. I just don't care. You know, I'm just flying the jet, and it's cool. The only engines I don't like on the jets are the Airbus, whatever ones that don't show you the N1 in percentage. It's like it goes up to like 1.200 or something. I forget what it's called. And those, I find that annoying. But other than that, I mean, to me the difference between the Neo and the CEO, it doesn't make any difference to me. An Airbus is an Airbus, a Boeing's a Boeing. In that sense. One forever to fly to the Canadian North to land in the ice runways. That would be cool. And every once in a while, you'll see a video of somebody landing on an ice runway and it goes wrong. You know, Antarctic is at the bottom. So I've just exposed my knowledge of planet Earth. You know, Ahmed, I like the. To me, I think 2024 is just stunningly beautiful. But then again, this is stunningly beautiful too. You know. Okay, your daughter's like 20 minutes from Oshkosh. Wow. The bigger the better. Yeah, that's probably true. I like the sound of the Rolls Royces, Ahmed. And a buddy of mine just flew from Kingston, Jamaica to London, to Heathrow. Or no, was he Gatwick? Kingston to Gatwick in a 777-200 with the GE engines. I don't know. The first officer iPad is there's a bug with it that you need to work it out with PMDG support, and I just haven't bothered doing it yet. Yeah, I mean, Cash, once Sim Update Beta 16 is, once Sim Update 16 is released, I'll be happy to go back to flying 2020. I know you want to do it. I know Mike Coffey is a big 2020 guy. I don't mind going back and doing, like, sometimes we'll do 24, sometimes we'll do 2020. I'm good with that. You know, what do we got going on up here? And there's not enough to keep yourself entertained on a short haul, like medium haul airplane on a 4-hour flight. You know, not enough to look at. Let's turn the no smoking sign off and let people. No, that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. Let's check the cabin temperatures. Because we don't have anything else to do. Alright. Yeah, everything's looking good. Oh gosh, I'm sorry about that, man. Matey, what's going on? How you doing, buddy? G's are super nice. Flew to Qatar a couple days ago. Oh, and Kuala Lumpur to Doha. Wow. How long was that flight, Ahmed? Ahmed, no, I'm not a commercial pilot. Instrument rated, but not commercial. I've thought about, so for those of you who don't know the ins and outs of like commercial the technicalities of it. So you can be a commercial pilot without being an airline pilot. Commercial pilot is just a rating. And I've thought about getting my commercial pilot's license, but I don't know. Haven't done it. And my wife is not a tremendous fan of me flying. So that's one of those things. Matthew, I do the same thing, dude. I do the same thing. I'll sit here and just fly. I usually do like I'll do like a 3-4 hour flight. I won't do a long haul and work, you know. I work from home all the time. I've worked from home since 2006. 7 hours, Ahmed. That's pretty sweet. Jet 2 holiday flight. Nice. The Piper Aztec. The Az truck, as it's known. I wonder what that little airport is right there. Let's find out. I love those little airports in the middle of the, that's a ranger station. That is property of the, whoopsie. Shouldn't have done that. That's property of the U.S. government right there. Watch out. Watch out. Lest they... I wonder if there's a step climb in this flight. Do. Doesn't look like it. Not to 37 anyway. We're getting there. Wonder what. That would save us 2.3% fuel. That's not a bad savings right there. Let's do it. Let's do it. See if I remember how to do a step climb in the 737. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Save us some fuel. Jet 2 holiday plane. Yeah, matey, you absolutely can. So Part 91 is kind of interesting. So airline flights are Part 121. That's anything scheduled is Part 121, and that is the part of, or the section of U.S. federal law is U.S. Code Part 191, which is why they call, or 121, which is why they call them Part 121 flights. Part 135 is anything chartered, so it's still a commercial operation, but it's chartered, not scheduled. Part 91 is private aviation. It's basically not for compensation, not for pay. And the interesting thing about the difference between Part 91 general aviation and especially Part 121, you know, commercial scheduled passenger planes. So in a Part 191, in my Piper Cherokee, I can take off, I can actually fly in situations where Part 121 airlines cannot fly. For example, like low visibility operations, I can fly Part 191. I can take off with zero visibility, none. You can't do that in Part. Well, I mean, they probably can, in certain instances in Part 121, but it's like special training and special equipment and whatever. I can take off Part 91. I can take off in my Cherokee with zero visibility, and nobody can tell me I can't do it. It's crazy. So I can actually do a lot of things in my Cherokee that you can't do in a 737. It's insane. And people do it. And they kill themselves. They do it all the time, and they kill themselves. And I simulate. If you look on my channel, let me see if I can find it. I'll post it for you guys. It's funny. So when I was doing my instrument training, one of my first instrument instructor, who I apparently drove to quit. We did a simulated zero takeoff with zero visibility takeoff. Let's see. Can't find it right now. Let's see if I can find this flight. I know I put it on my channel. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. So watch this. I'm gonna show this to you guys. Whoops. Oh, this is wild. So I'm gonna put this in the chat. Hold on. If I can find the chat. There we go. So if you watch that video, that's me taking off with the foggles on, and so I can't see anything. So all I'm doing, I should just put it. Hold on, watch this. I'll put it on the screen. Hold on. Let me see how I do this. Alright, I'm gonna play my own YouTube video on screen for you guys. Let's turn that off. Let's turn this off. Okay, so I'll show you what's going on here. So this is zero visibility takeoff. So this is an older airplane. This isn't the one I'm flying now. So what we do is, so that's me. That's my instructor. And I've got the foggles on, so I can't see over the cowling. And so what I'm doing is, you get out on center line, and I pick the heading, which is 330, which is the runway heading. I pick the heading out, and you just you put in the power, and you just hold that 330 heading with your rudder, and I can't see out here at all. And then as soon as you get to, where's the airspeed indicator on this plane? Over here. So as soon as you get to like 75, 80 miles an hour, then you just ease back on the yoke and take off. But people do this in real life with no visibility. See, he's showing me. Okay, I'm putting the glasses on right there. So yeah. Oh, I narrated it. It's so funny. So yeah. So I've got and there comes the power. Just hold runway heading. Rotation speed, and off we go. So that's an actual 0-0 takeoff. That was pretty cool stuff. That's one of those things when you look back and you're like, that was kind of nuts. I mean, it wasn't. It was completely safe, but it was just it was fun to do. It was fun to do. Yeah, the whiskey compass. Yeah, it certainly it was. I mean, I was glad to. He was a good instructor. He did some. We did some wild stuff. you know, because it's good to push your boundaries when you have an instructor next to you. Which key is that down there? Okay. We're going over Marathon. We're going over Marathon, Florida right now. There's an airport right... Where is it? Oh, right there. Cool. So now we got a lot of water. Now we got a lot of water. Let's see where Mrs. IslandSimPilot is here. Okay, they're a ways in front of us. So let's see here. So that's where Mrs. IslandSimPilot is. And that's where we are. So they got us by a little bit. What are they doing on the ground? 458 knots of ground speed. We are doing... Once I get back here. No. We are doing 441. Why are they doing so much better ground speed than we are? $4,000 feet below us. That doesn't make much sense. True airspeed. Oh, because they're flying a different airplane. They're flying the 737-900. I wonder how much faster the 900 is than the 800. That thing's just annoying. Go away. Oh. Okay. I don't know what's going on over here. I don't know why my clock is green. I don't want it to be green. Alright. I clearly hit the wrong clock button when we took off. This is what I'm resigned to now, looking at the clocks. Yep. What are we coming up on? Fundy. Coming up on Fundy. 20.6. 21.2. Ah, because we're saving fuel because we went up higher. That's right. So not much to see between here and 900 ER is not any faster. I was kind of thinking it probably isn't. Longer, right? I really like the I know a lot of people are kind of interested in seeing the Max come out for either of the Sims, really. I really like the NGs. I like this airplane, the 800. I think it's a sweet plane. We are in Menorca, getting ready to do fuel loading. Are you on Volanta Cash or no? I wish at least we had some ATC, but we don't even have that. Still kind of surprised, if I'm honest. To which my wife would usually say, why wouldn't you be honest? Yeah. 800 is 120, 129.6, 138. Yeah. Basically, they just squeeze in a couple more seats in, right? A couple more rows. I'm telling you, I'm really impressed with what this sim is looking like right now. I really am. Just the thing that you can't get past in terms of the differences between 2020 and 2024 is the flight model. The flight model is just so much better in 24. It really is. I'm gonna be lucky if I can even land this airplane. I mean, I should be able to do so moderately well. Cuba. It's two places three places I'd love to see that I probably never will. One of them is Cuba, one of them is Haiti, and one of them is Venezuela. But that's life, right? This view's gonna be a little bit better. Well, no. The view will be a little bit better here. Let me see. You are on. Let me see. Where's Cash? It says you're offline. You're Kashif 100, no? Karib Fly, what's going on? FPS has gone from 28 to 50, DLSS4. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Oh, Karib Fly, that's awesome. I just saw your message above that. That's great. I'm really glad to hear that. Yeah, the DLSS stuff is... I mean, people get into like how this, I mean, it's not even the 3.7, it's like the 20-foot, numbers in the descent. And you're not looking at, you're not looking at that anyway. Even on an approach, you're not looking at that. So I don't know what people get so excited about it for, but I mean, once I switched to DL, I got into the DLSS thing early on in Flight Sim 2020, and I never went back. Oh yeah, I mean, it has an impact. I don't quite know the technical reason why the screens are impacted the way they are, but you're gonna see terrible ghosts. This is actually gonna be a really good demo once we do the approach here, because I updated to the latest sim update 16 beta just before I started this flight, and I forgot to update my DLSS file. So where do I get that message? Oh, probably if I clear this. Let's see. Jabir's coming up. Jabir's coming up. This is Havana Center. 20.1. 20.6, we're good. So it's beautiful. Carib fly. Weird that I finally get like 35 FPS with 2020. Yeah, I mean, it's still an issue. You're gonna see how bad it is though with the old DLSS file when we do this approach. But the updated DLSS is so much better. DLSS 4 is really, really good. I never looked back when I switched to DLSS. Okay, the auto, I gotcha. All AMD system. And you can, BK739, you can use DLSS Swapper to update the FSR3 file in FlightSim24, which is cool stuff. I am slightly tempted to pull the trigger on a, what is it, 9800X3D and a 7900XTX system. Basically the equivalent VRAM from AMD, like a 24 gig VRAM card from AMD. Well, I mean the PC like is literally half what the 5090 is. It's ridiculous. You know. Landing stutters. Do you? Oh, speaking of which, do you use Auto FPS? Auto FPS will help you immensely with that. But yeah, if you look, I just did some videos recently on the landing stutter. I just did it recently. The 5090's got 32 gigs. Okay. So, so the missus is, we're catching up actually. Where is she? Oh, they're a little bit off to the side. So they must have gotten a different routing, the actual flight. So, let me see here. So that's us, and the missus is right over here, Santa Clara. Do. She's right over here. Where is that? Well, no. Yeah, they were a little, but we're catching up though. So they're basically like right by this lake right there. Just south of that lake. They're like right here. For real life. And look at this. Cuba is huge. Cuba is a really big island. Gosh, it's beautiful. I always wonder, like, I look down at like these little towns, right? Just wonder what these people are doing right now. What's going on there on a Friday night in Cuba? Let me see. RX 6800 with 16 gigs. You know, BK 739, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. I'm telling you. I know people who have 5090s and 4090s and they're having all kinds of problems. I mean, I tell people this no matter what their rig is, if you're enjoying it and it's working well for you, just stay cool, you know? Let's see here. Yeah, the landing stutters are a thing. Open placards in Lab A and Lab G are missing. Gosh. I would say that renders the aircraft not airworthy. Wobbly shadows out nicely in the user CFG file, something like 4096. Oh, you know what? Ali, that's funny that you mentioned that. I did that before and then user CFG, I'm gonna write that down. I did that before and then I undid it. Part of my problem is I do so much experimentation that I even forget sometimes what I'm even like what I've even done, you know. But thank you for that one, Ali. I appreciate it. Yeah, 2020 is working really nice. I mean, this is incredible. So this is Sim Update 16 beta. It's just, I mean, smooth as can be. And I don't have auto FPS running. Usually I'll run auto FPS when I'm doing these types of flights, but I just didn't even bother today. I totally forgot about it. Look at that. How cool. Yeah, Ali, that auto FPS and GPU-Z, it really is. It's fantastic. I totally forgot to even set any of that up for this flight. That's funny. So my wife's daughter is asking me what time her mother is arriving in Panama. My wife's daughter, of course, being my stepdaughter. Let's see, she's gonna laugh if I tell her what I'm doing. Do. That's pretty funny. So there's that. What minimum equipment list said you can fly it without the left. Hey Kenneth, how are you doing? Good to see you. You know, Bob, that's an interesting question. If there and there's an answer to that question. You would have to get a ferry permit. And a ferry permit allows you to fly a technically unairworthy aircraft to a specific place for a specific reason. It's all kinds of strange stuff in aviation. So but so Karifla, your question about VRAM, right? So like I was just thinking about this the other day, like even 6 months ago, everybody was talking about, oh, we're still we're CPU limited, CPU main thread. When are we not going to be main thread limited anymore? Now we're not main thread limited anymore, and everybody's like, oh, the GPU, the VRAM, it's always going to be something. It's always gonna be something. Let me see. What time is it right now? We'll be landing at what time? 0042 Zulu. And what time is it right now? 42. No, it's just gonna be 8:30 our time. Yes, so I always love this view. It's pretty cool. Let me check. I want to check and see where. Let's see here. That is so funny. So, you know, we're like just coming off the coast, right? Look where the missus is in real life. Pretty much exactly where we are. Pretty much exactly where we are. They're just a little further west than we are, or east rather. Huh. So now, oh wait, there's weather on flight radar 24. Hold on. That's why they. So okay, so this makes sense. What on earth is this? No, that's not what I wanted. What is that? Oh, T-45. Okay, that's a military trainer right there. Military fighter trainer. Come on. So that's why they came west, is because of the weather. And that's also why they came... Look at that. Aha, that explains it. That's why they came further east, or further west rather. So let's see what we got coming down. Straight shot down. Doesn't look like there's any weather. That looks kind of ugly right there. But we shall see. Is there weather off? There should be. So that's the weather they turn to avoid. Right there. Alright, I'm talking to myself here. Hold on. Alright, let's see here. Do. Yeah, so crew flag, I mean, if you're using, I would try auto FPS and see how that does for you, especially with the with GPU-Z, because that'll give you the V. It will reduce your VRAM, because that's what the stutters are basically coming from, you know. %. I don't know what that is. I don't do a lot with the cameras, as you can tell. What do we got left here? We got 0042. Yeah, just about 2 hours. Just under 2 hours. Got it. to step point. What's step point? Does it want me to do another step? Oh, because I didn't. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. So now it's giving me top of descent. I was gonna say my top of descent shouldn't be an hour before landing. So top of descent is another hour and a half. And the next question is, what time does the sun set in Panama? Oh, and by the way, we're ordering pizza tonight. Just want to let you guys know. Okay, so we should be landing in the dark, which will make things even more interesting. So, yeah. So we should be landing in the dark too. Which should be, I actually love night flying. I love night flying in the sim. I love night flying in real life. So let me show you real quick. So this entire area has ATC, and I'm skipping right by it. Piarco approach is on. That's pretty cool. Azul. Oh, that's an old sim. Look at that. Let's give him a like. Look at that. Oh, that's great. There's a little trade wind action. So yeah, so I don't have any ATC. Just kind of a bummer. So yeah, we're gonna be ordering some pizza tonight for our enjoyment here at the IslandSimPilot household. 6:42 p.m. sunset in Panama. Yes, sir. Bob, pizza time it is, baby. Yeah, you know what's funny? So the Caribbean, like most places in the islands, the sun is down by oh no. Okay, my sim froze for a second. Most places in the islands, the sun is down by 6 o'clock. Sun goes down early when you. It's weird. It sets early when you get closer to the equator. Weird. So it says that the sun does not set earlier closer to the equator, but the Caribbean is a lot closer to the equator than I am, and the sun goes down a lot earlier in the Caribbean than where I am. So why would that be? That doesn't make any sense. That's weird. That one doesn't make any sense. Can anybody explain that one to me? You would think logically that the sun would go down later in the Caribbean, but it doesn't. Oh, that's a nice view right there. But it doesn't. 9:15, sun goes down where I am, about 30 minutes of daylight. Yeah, I totally love that too, Mike. Absolutely love it in the summer when you can sit outside until like 9 o'clock at night and it's still light out. Totally agree. You know what's so funny is I never noticed those little I never noticed that little jiggle on the shadow until you mentioned it. I don't know if I'm just more tolerant of stuff. I don't know. Here comes the dog. The dog is here. So we got, for those of you who don't know, my dog has cancer, which is, of course, stinky. But he's been doing great. We just had a checkup and a chemo on Wednesday, and they did do ultrasounds and x-rays and all kinds of stuff. And he has no tumor progression, which is awesome. So good stuff. Mike Coffee is in northwest Canada, no? Well, I guess it would be southwest Canada. It would be northwest United States. Vancouver-ish, no? Oh, Ben, you live in Alaska. Yeah, I bet you that does. Ben, I had a friend of mine in college who was from Alaska. And, yeah, thanks, Ben. I really appreciate that. He's the coolest dog. He is so cool. He's such a great... He's a golden doodle. We have a big golden doodle. And he's just the sweetest thing in the world. And we found out he had cancer the day after we got married last year. And it was like, yuck. But yeah, I had a friend from Alaska in college, and she used to talk about the same thing. I just, like, we get some pretty brutal winters here in New York, in central New York where I live. But like, I just cannot imagine Alaska. I just literally can't imagine living in Alaska. I just wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't hack it. I wouldn't hack it. Oh, we're gonna go over the Caymans. Cool. That is some good stuff. See right there. It's another great place to fly into. And the Caymans there's 3 airports in the Caymans. These 2 little airports, you can get them for the sim too, and they're fantastic. Really cool little airports. There's my top of descent, give or take. 738 max. And there's my wife. There's me. They're getting the jump on us again. What are they getting? 462 over the ground. Which way is? I bet you the wind is coming from our left without looking. Watch this. Watch this. Wind. No, I was wrong. So why are they making better ground speed? Over there, it doesn't make sense. The wind's coming from the southeast, and they are making, I mean, the wind is nothing. It's what, 11 knots, 14. So is it 0 at 33,000? Let's understand what the Doesn't show the winds. Why doesn't it not show the winds? Warflight would show me what the winds are. 282 indicated. We are making... That's not possible. Not possible that they're getting 281 indicated airspeed. Mach 0.792, Mach 0.79. Ah, they got us by a little bit. They got us by a little bit. But that's alright. There's Grand Cayman right there. So let's play where is Mrs. IslandSimPilot? She's about right. I think she's, oh, if I could have gotten into the cabin, that would have been even cooler. She's like right there. I forget what she, no, as a matter of fact, I think she's, I don't know why you can't go into the cabin, but I know you can't. Oh no, you can! Holy cow! I thought you couldn't go into the cabin. We have opened up an entirely new avenue for entertainment now. So where is Mrs. IslandSimPilot? She is, I do believe, whoopsie. Hey. Oh, it froze again, hold on. Let me see here. Please don't freeze. Oh, okay. She's a little shorter than this. Hold on, we gotta go down here. There we go. So this is this is approximately where my wife is sitting. She likes aisle seats. I don't like aisle seats for obvious reasons. Why would you like aisle seats? Give me a break. This is so cool. I didn't know you could do this. I thought you had to do some weird trick to get into the cabin. But I guess not. Cool stuff. Yeah, she's an aisle seat girl. I always take the window seat. She likes aisle seats. I don't know why. Why would you sit in an aisle seat? Somebody explain that to me. $572 to top of descent. Just over an hour. Yeah, it's top of descent right there. Wonder if, like, you're a commercial pilot and you're sitting in like such a small space with somebody you don't know for like 4 hours. Which island is that? That is not Grand Cayman, I don't think. It is. That is Grand Cayman. So there's 7 Mile Beach right there. I think these islands are more interesting. We did a group play out there. I don't know if you guys, some of you guys remember that, Bob. I know you were there. We did the Caymans. We kind of left off in Panama, didn't we? Now that I think about it. Now that I think about it. Well, let me take about a 10-15 minute break here. About a 10-minute break. I go take the dog to use the facilities. I'll be right back. Let me just put a little comment here. So in case anybody... Be right back, fellas. All right, we're back. We are back. We're getting towards the golden hour, it looks like, no? The sun is starting to go down. Oh, still got a little bit. The sunset, I've said this a million times, but the sunsets in the Caribbean are insane. They're so beautiful. Why is there a master caution on? There's a master caution on because the fuel pumps are on and they are running out of fuel. That's why. Yeah, absolutely. They are incredible. So, to tell you how detailed the PMDG is modeled, you see how this is 0.0? The middle tanks? When we get in the descent and the deck angle changes, there's going to be a minuscule amount of fuel left in the center tanks that will then register because the tank angle has changed and the fuel has run to where the sensor is. That's how well, I mean, you know, people can say all they want about Phoenix, and I'm sure, I mean, I like the Phoenix, I enjoy it, and I don't get into the failures and like the minimum equipment list and all that stuff. And it's entertaining, and there's place for it for sure. Not my stuff, or not my thing, but the PMDG, the depth to which they go in their airplanes is insane. Like the cabin temperature, the passenger cabin temperature increases when you load the plane because there's humans in there and they cause the air temperature in the cabin to go up. It's crazy. I love it. I'm starting to think about what I'm gonna order for pizza. I think we're going ham, bacon, and extra cheese. I think that's what we're doing. Burning question: wind tanks first or main tanks of the airplane? GA airplane with long range. Usually you burn the tip tanks first. You burn usually out to in. Usually wing, like tip. If you have tip tanks, you'll burn those first. Oh, apple. Did you say apple? Pineapple? No. You can't do that. That's not the way it's done. I've actually never tried pineapple on pizza. Pineapple and ham is the one that everybody loves, right? I just couldn't do it. But your POH will tell you which one, and or which order to burn the tanks in, and it's important because I've read I read accident reports all the time. It's like one of my hobbies, and I've read plenty of accidents where people have lost their lives because they burn the tanks in the wrong order. You know, your good old POH, your pilot's operating handbook. Yeah, but yeah, people just they burn the tanks in the wrong order, and you either wind up with an imbalance that you can't out trim, or worse. It's crazy. But usually, like an older, what are we looking at here? Get him. Usually in like older GA planes, like in older twins, those the order in which you burn the tanks can get pretty complicated. 15.6, 16.8. So we've saved a pretty good amount of fuel by going higher. Yeah, I still read simple. Hey Bob, there's nothing wrong with simple. Pepperoni is actually I haven't ordered like a pepperoni just in a while. I always get Yeah, Mike, I learned about flying from that is the column where the guy survives, and aftermath is the column where the guy didn't survive. I mean, as morbid as that is, it's the truth. Is there a way to get a secondary flight plan in this? I was just thinking about that because the secondary flight plan in the Airbus is really pretty easy to deal with. In this plane, I don't know how to do it. Probably route. Or... Huh. Turn it. MPSM. Scanning DME fail. We'll live. Actually, that reminds me. Thin crust. I don't mind thin crust. I don't mind thin crust. Oh, service-based failures are off. I didn't know that. Show thrust lever position. Yes. Airspeed alive. Yes, we want that. B2, not really. Pause the top of descent. No. Do. So, what about... What about... Where is the thing for... these are the minimum callouts, okay. 50, that's what I want 40. Alright, good. Cool. Alright, now I'm happy, man. What do we got here? Hint of sour cream on pizza. You know what's, speaking of weird things that taste really good, you ever had mayonnaise on hot dogs? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Actually, this is a good time to start thinking about our approach. One of the things that I learned, Hawaiian pizza, invented by Canada. Pineapple on pizza, come on. One of the things I learned in instrument training is whenever you're sitting there with nothing to do, that's when you should, like, I used to tell myself if I'm ever like daydreaming in the plane, just like sitting there hanging out, because in cruise flight you've got nothing to do. If you ever find yourself doing that, that was always a flag for me. Re-engage your brain, get yourself ready for your whatever is coming up next. So one thing I don't want to do, let's see here. Okay, there's the runway. Let's go fix. And we're gonna do, what are we at? 37,000 and elevation 0, so 37 times 3 is what? 74, 111, 120, call it. Yeah. Call it 116. There's our range ring. We'll do 25. We'll do 15, so 25 is your first radio call. 15 is where you really want to be slowing down. And let's see here. And then we'll go 10. So now we got our range rings. What do you mean invalid entry? Not an invalid entry. It's a perfectly valid entry. Whoopsie. So now we got our range rings so we can set our, hey Bob, enjoy it. Awesome. I hope your wife's doing, you know, I meant to ask you the other day, actually, I was thinking about it. I hope your wife's doing well, my friend. I really do. Yeah, there's always something to do, you know. To plan really is the big thing for me. But that first range ring gives me an idea of where the top of descent is going to be. It's not going to be exact, but it's going to be pretty close. So next up, let's find out. So SECMA. Super 21 or above. So 21 or above means anything above 21. I don't like or above per se. I wanted to calculate exactly. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Bob. Very glad to hear that. So angled at 3,100. See, here's where you can get caught. Oh, bud, 4,100. And here it says 4,100 or above. I don't want it. I don't want 4,100 or above, because then the FMC, as long as it's above, as long as it's predicting me to be above 4,100, the FMC is happy. But above 4,100 could be 25,000. I don't want to be 25,000 right there. It's obviously not going to be that far off, but I want to be exact. So we're going to replace that. Yes. And we're going to replace that. So I want to be at that altitude. 210 or below 3,100. Gotta get up pretty early in the morning to fool me. Not really. That's actually not true at all. But then, so now, I don't even know where Turdy is. I've got Avtool, which is right here. 12.7 to Bullbud. Avtool. Where is that? Why is that not making me comfortable? Hold on here. Mevid heading of 219 to Avtool. 214 to Tierney. And 035. Nah, I don't like that. I don't like this one. I don't like that. Why is that there? Avtool 213. Is this the right chart? A super Super Track 161. And right to OP2 across an outer above 8,000, and Bob would maintain a max 231 knots. If approach clearance does not receive 3 mile. My question is, because I don't see Tierney anywhere, and yet here it is. Let's look on our low IFR chart. Don't see it there anywhere either. So where is it? And why is it in my flight plan? So everything else makes sense. Navid, Avtool, Bobud. .9, that's 16.7. Avtool to Bobud should be 12.7. It's showing 14.4 and then 7.9. Me no gusta. I don't like that. The problem is I could overwrite Tierney with Bobud and just get rid of it. But the problem is you technically can't do that because you have to load an arrival as a full arrival. You can't. ILS Yankee 3 right. ILS Yankee 3 right. I'm gonna try something here. Yeah, see, that's... I figured it out. So, always question what you're doing if you have to. Where is Navigraph? Okay, so I figured it out. What I did was I manually inserted Tierney right here to see where it was. So what it was doing, it was going Avtool, Tierney, then back to Bobud and left. And that is all wrong. That is all wrong. I don't know why that's loaded that way. I don't know why. And technically, I can't do this, but I'm going to. So there we go. Now I'm happy. Gotta stay awake. Bobud, Angud, Lambie. Alright. So may as well start getting ready for this approach. Let's see. Localized is 110.7. What is this? 117.1. Put 117.1 in. 110.7. On 17.1 on 10.7, so that's good. Elevation is 1, touchdown zone elevation is 25 feet, so we'll go a 0. That was bad. Final approach course 033. We'll put that in later. Let me see. All this kept to spoken to the robots so he wouldn't just. Let me see here. Minimums 228 feet. Barrow. It's 228 feet. Both sides. Get us some weather. 34 minutes ago. H1017. So another thing I like about Boeing, instead of the Airbus, you can actually put in a backup. Altimeter setting. 1017. Winds 290 at 3, variable 250 to 2320. Visibility 9,000 meters. Cool. Scattered 1800, scattered 9,000. Temperature 31.25, QNH1017. Now let's take a look at our terminal aerodrome forecast. All looking good. 19. The 19th. Today the 19th? No. So I'm not worried about it. So there's probable showers tomorrow. So this is the good stuff. Cumulonimbus starting at 1,400 feet. Thunder showers, TSRA. Probability of 30%. Yes, we got the same thing tonight. 18, 18th, and 19, 24. So this is basically from 18 Zulu tonight, which we're already at, to the next 36 hours. Winds are 320 at 6. Probability 30% of rain showers. So, alright. Glide slope intercept is 1620 at Lambda. Why am I not in VNAV? Oh, because I did, notice I'm not in VNAV path mode. Gots to be in VNAV path mode. Dial it down to 1700. Alright, there's that. And what's the runway heading? Final approach course 033. I think single pilot ops in airplanes would be fine as long as nothing goes wrong. That's the problem though. Murphy's Law. And ask any pilot, Murphy was an optimist. Ask any smart pilot. It's amazing the number of people that have killed themselves in airplanes because they assumed everything would work out just fine. They assumed everything would work the way they thought it would. It should. Never assume things are gonna go okay. I know that sounds depressing, but it's just the way it is. Oopsie. It's getting me lights set up here. We are gonna have a night approach. What's cool? Excuse me. What's cool about flying into Panama is flying into the Panama Canal. Like there are a zillion ships waiting where the canal is. Hold on, actually, I'll show you better on. I'll show you better on Volanta. Where is? There we are. So the canal starts over here, but there's like a million ships right here waiting for their turn to go through the canal. Let's see. Man, yeah, they did. They did. For confusing things in the flight community, VNAV is now something new, even RNAV being replaced. Yeah, I mean, RNAV will be replaced at some point. Everything gets replaced at some point. But, let's see here. Where is Mrs. IslandSimPilot? No. Let's see. So there's Mrs. IslandSimPilot. There's us. We are literally like right. We are right there. That's hysterical. So there's my wife. There's us. What? Us. Pretty close. It really is. So what do we got here? ILS is tried and true. That is for sure. Let's go product page. Top of the send. 244 miles. once top of descent gets within 160 miles, then we can start doing our descent calculations. Am I satisfied with all of this? Let's see. Yes. Yes, I am. So, I'm just gonna hang out another half an hour, and then we got top O descent. Yeah, this is definitely gonna be a nighttime descent. Nighttime approach. So, may as well keep it interesting, right? Bush landing, drop the flaps, cut the power, chop and drop, baby. Chop and drop. So when my wife goes away, I'm always excited for like the first couple hours, and then after that I get bored. Oh gosh. Yeah, maybe I should adjust these shadow settings. I could actually change them. I think I have them turned down in the sim. I can actually adjust it right now, but I don't feel like it. But I do feel like sitting in first class. Oh, look at that. No. How cool a view is that? It's kind of a weird shape. Right. How far are we from 356? Yeah, we got plenty of time. Alright. I love dusk in the sim. I think they've done a really nice job. Oh, box canyons, those are no good. That's another good way to kill yourself on an airplane in box canyon. How's your dad doing, Mike? Hope he's doing well. Yeah. I think they did an awesome job with dusk in the sim. Good news, they're looking for a place for him after 5 months. Power of the beer helping. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. That's fantastic. So we're getting to the good part. Come on, baby. I want top of descent. I mean, they do not like it that they couldn't drop off. Yeah, I mean, people do have an interesting way of avoiding responsibility, don't they? You know? Landing dispatch. Let's see here. 3 right. Let's see, what do we know? No. Let's see, 14.2. 145.8 and $11.1, so 3, so 142.8. Let's try 142.8. VRAS plus 5. Yeah, we're good. VREF 153. That's fast. That is fast. I think I'm going flaps 40. 158 down final is screaming. Restrictive class C meaning decent GA don't bother, yeah. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a flaps 40 landing because otherwise, I mean, if I come in flaps 30 at VRF plus 5, must be almost 160 knots. It's a little quick, in my opinion. What is that, 146 versus 153? Yeah. Yeah. That's what we're gonna do. So next question is, gosh, look at that sunset. So next question is, oh, we gotta find out. We gotta find out from official sources where the plane is going to park. Terminal 1, gate 126. Terminal 1. Terminal 1. Oh, okay, Terminal 1. 126. Let's see here. 109D. $9D. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. 109B. You know, Mike, the reason they stopped doing, what did I say? The reason they stopped doing spins for private pilot training is because people kept killing themselves doing it. So they were like, maybe not. Alright, so we're coming runway 3 right, so hopefully we'll get off Quebec. Payback right into the terminal. If we can pull that off, payback straight in, right over here, 126. Perfect. So we're looking for K-back here. You've killed yourself. Therefore, you were not meant to be a pilot. I like that. I like that. I mean, there's probably some truth to that, right? And look at this. Before I forget. Alright, hold on. Go arrival. I know where it is. Alright, what chart do we need here? We don't want to miss the good view here, but hold on, let's go 10 to D. 10 to D. And then we need, stop it. And then we need 11.2. And then we need, stop it. What else do we need here? 10.9 and 10.9B. And 10.9B. Alright, cool. Now we'll go pinned. That's what we're looking for right there. I hate night charts. I don't like night charts. I don't know about how you guys feel. 14 years and 860 hours. Only stuck once due to weather. That prop strike. Now, do you guys have to tear down the engine? And nowadays, anyway, in the U.S., you get a prop strike, you got to tear down the engine. Look at that. Look at that. The flying school's problem. Oh, they must have loved that. Oh, come on, get in there. No, that's a cool shot right there. That's a cool shot right there. Alright. Let's see here. My screenshots aren't getting any love on Volanta. That guy was licensed at an international airport. Yeah, I prefer towers myself. I prefer towered airports. Let's see here. 129 miles to top of descent. Look at this. $129 miles. Gotta check and see where the real plane is. Yeah, they got us by a little bit. They're doing 462 across the ground, and we are doing 451, so they got us by a little bit. Kind of interesting trying to figure out what does what. Hey, what's going on? How are you? Welcome aboard. We're getting ready to make our way down into Panama City, Panama. Alright, now we can do some... Look at that. Pretty soon we can do some descent planning, but right now I'm just going to enjoy this. Ilham, where are you from? Where are you located on planet Earth? I'm always curious where people are tuning in from. Why in the USA, Atlanta, this is so-and-so, and end with Atlanta. Oh, the radio transmission. The reason is actually Indonesia. That's awesome. What time is it in Indonesia right now? It's gonna be either early morning, I would think. No, that's fast. I'm always fascinated where people are from, and then we all get connected via cables and such across the world. It's amazing. 7 a.m. Okay, gotcha. Welcome aboard. I'm glad to have you with us. That's great. So Mike, the reason why we do it that way, so for example, like if you wanted to, like a radio call, like Atlanta traffic, Cherokee 56125, 10 mile final 110 Atlanta. The reason why you say Atlanta at the end is in case somebody had just tuned into your frequency halfway through your radio transmission and they didn't hear the initial transmission where you're talking about, because we have, I'm sure you guys have CTAFs where it's just, you might have one radio frequency that covers like, 4 or 5 airports in, more rural areas. So somebody might come in and all they hear is, 10 mile final runway 10. But if you don't repeat the location at the end, they don't know what you're talking about. Just a kind of a fail safe, I guess. But a lot of people, you hear a lot of people on VATSIM, they'll say, like for us, for like local here, for example, like Rome traffic, Cherokee 56125, 5 mile final 10 Rome. A lot of people will say Rome traffic at the end. You don't say traffic, you only say the location at the end. So you don't say traffic. But man, look at that. That is amazing. Huh. That is too cool. Either that or I'm really easily entertained, one of the two. A trauma hawk. Dude, I trust you. That's great. There it goes. All right, well, we are we're in it now. Let's see here. That's why I wanted to get my stuff at least turned on early. I want this. Well, yeah, it's okay. It's hard to figure out like what is everything. Still don't like that. Ah, that's better. There we go. Flight following. I love night flying. Absolutely love night flying. Alright, let's pay attention here. What are we doing? Top of descent coming up. Actually, I should turn down. These are going to be too bright. Yeah, it's a little better. So anything else here? Chart left. Okay. Good. Now let's do some descent planning here. So we've got 12.6 thousand pounds. We're gonna have 11.1 on touchdown. That's what, 1.5. So 143.8, 142.8. So let's go 142.8. Go there. It's quite different from what the tab get with the universal flight tablet gave me. I still think 141 is preferable. Variable at 4. VUF 146. That's a little better. That's a little better. $42.6. Still tempted to go flaps 40, but we'll go flaps 30. Alright, so once in X-Plane, I had to show my dad. That must have been, how did your dad like flying sims? Did you think it was interesting? That is super bright. How do you turn that thing down? There's gotta be a way to turn that thing down, no? That is super bright. Ah, yeah. Gotta think about this stuff. Oh, the 172 XP. Gotcha, gotcha. Alright, we're all set with all this fun stuff. Alright, so we got all that set. Got the radio frequencies set. Alright. I like how I gotta have my lights right, otherwise it's not. What have I not turned on? Oh yeah. Now we're talking. Look at that. Alright, sweet. So now's when I start getting nervous. Make sure it's prop full 4 exactly. Is it right there? Alright. So, top of descent, here we come, baby. Here we come. Alright. I don't know about how you guys are feeling. I'm ready to rumble here. Secma 27 miles. Ah, look at that. Start seeing some lights. Yeah, I mean, it's close. The one, that's the great thing about the 150 is that it's such a simple airplane to fly. It's kind of, I mean, it's, as the old saying goes, it's just fast enough to kill you. But it's pretty trusty little, pretty reliable little airplane. Pretty easy to fly. But you can start seeing the ground lights out there in the distance. Which is pretty sweet. I love night flying. One of my favorite flights I ever did in real life was my night cross country. You have to do a night cross. We don't have night licenses in the US. You just have a license. And we had to do, you have to do one long, not long, but I think it had to be 100 nautical miles round trip, I think. I forget what it was, but it was about an hour and maybe an hour and 10 minutes each way at night, and we did it in January. And in Jan, you know, because it's so cold, there's no turbulence, and it was like, I mean, it was like sitting in your living room. It was a crystal clear night, just like this. And it was just absolutely stunning. One of my favorite flights of all time. Night endorsement, gotcha, yeah. I think in the UK they actually have a full-on night license. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure you do. Pretty sure that they do. Alright, so this is going to be my first 737 landing in quite a while. Here we go. Now's when I always start double checking everything. I gotta get nervous or something. Like a nervous habit. 03 110.7. Missed is climb straight ahead to 500 and then right turn heading 140. That's a pretty low turn on a missed approach. I'm at 3100 right turn heading 200. Then outbound on the Pokemon VOR radial 165 to Diego and hold. So you would actually, 500 feet, right hand turn to 140, right hand turn to a heading of 200, and then a left turn to 165, intercept that. Was that? Yep. It was. It was. Alright. Few touch and goes, some instrument flying. Yeah. Transition level is flight level 19 or 0, which is pretty high. Alright. I don't think. Okay, there's no CTAF. Alright, let's see here. Weather 1007. 1007. Wow, I was off by a lot. Yeah, 1007. Okay. One zero zero seven. I think I am going to leave this up over here just because it's gonna make me feel better. All right, so brief this real quick. 110.7. We've already checked the frequencies. Final approach course 033. Glide slope intercept 1620 at Lambie. Decision height is 228. Airport elevation is 134, but touchdown zone elevation is 25. Some terrain to the north, got to be aware of. Missed approach, climb straight ahead, 500, right turn 140, right turn to 200, outbound on the VOR. Transition level is 190, which is fantastic. RNP1 required. We are good to go as far as that goes. So Bobud, right turn 6 nautical miles to Angud. Angud is 10.8. Let's see. ILS is 3 degrees. That's standard. 150 knots. We'll be coming in about 800 feet a minute, which is kind of quick, but happy on the left hand side. We got the rabbit, the lighting, missed, climb 500, then a right turn to 140. So this is what I like to see. And actually, localizer minimums. What are localizer? Okay, 360 are the localizer minimums. So if we lose the glide slope for whatever reason, we've got some. We've got something to play with. So it should be good. All right, 21,000 or above. See, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, I don't like necessarily max 250 knots. Yeah, drag. I don't like or above because that can leave you hot and high. Alright. Showtime. Check real quick and see where my wife's plane is. So her, oh, they're already. Alright, they're down there. So the real Delta pilots have officially beaten me to the destination. What are you gonna do, right? All right. All right. Now I'm starting to get nervous. I've landed here once in real life. It was really cool. See, a roll at or above 15,000. We're at 20. We're gonna be like 4,000 higher. What do we have? 23 and 17. That's 40 miles. 50, 52, 53 miles to Bowbud. Hopefully that's enough to get down and slow down. See how bad the old see how bad the old DLSS is. I forgot to update my DLSS when I updated sim updates, when I updated the beta for sim update 16. There is our destination, Panama City, Panama. Top will go, well, seatbelt signs on automatic anyway. Okay. Pokemon International Airport. Mevid 13,000 max 250. Well, 13 or above. One last look at the diagram. Coming 3 right. We're looking to get off at Quebec, straight in. Alright. We might be doing alright actually at Mevid. Pokemon traffic, Delta 1905, 25 miles to the north, inbound runway 3 right. Pokemon. Alright, here we go. So basically the airport pretty much right over there. Hopefully I don't have to use the pilot control lighting here. I forgot how bad it is with this the DLSS and the well, it's actually the frame gen mod that makes the chart look a little wacky. So what we're gonna do is get rid of that. Got it right here. All right. Bring in a little bit of drag here. It's like here. Come on, come back to 250 here, baby. I don't like being even a couple knots over. Just because that is energy you're gonna have to get rid of at some point. Steep descent after Mebid. Alright, let's go Prog 2 page so we get our headwind, crosswind component. Wind is not going to be an issue. I think we have any other traffic coming in. If we don't. Well. Yeah, we do. Got a Max coming in behind us. Alright, so we're basically on a downwind now. We'll hit our decel here in a second. Night lighting is pretty good. I mean, I think it looks great. I love night flying. I'd forgotten how much I like night flying. Absolutely love it. That in, that's as far as it'll go. Find that hard to believe. There we go. 8,000 or above there. Belts and harnesses. Mixtures and props full forward. Alright, let's go. Can't even see them. Landing lights on. When we turn off lights on. That's good. Yes, that looks awesome. Well, the other good thing about the Prog 2 page, it gives you your vertical deviation. Which right now is not good. We should have a bit of a descent here. Why is it? Oh, it's Tocumen. It's called Tocumen. I don't know. They're usually named after politicians in this part of the world, and not always nice ones. What I love about flying in this part of the world is you get these nighttime clouds like this because it's just so humid. There's the airport right there. Alright. Oh, that's way too fast. Bobud. Way too fast. We're 10 from Bobud. I'm gonna arm approach mode here. Why don't you let, okay, I was gonna say. Don't tell me you're not gonna let me arm approach mode. Side slip. I'm not I'm not side slipping the 737. Alright. Glide slope localizer in the backup. Document traffic, Delta 1905, right downwind, runway 3 right, Document. One of the things that bugs me when people do radio calls when they're like 5 miles from Boblo on the from Bobud on the ILS 3 right. Nobody knows where you are. Just give them a basic VFR position report so they have an idea where you might be. Bobud at 4100. And see, we're speeding up again here. Alright, we'll go auto brakes 2. Alright, I should have. We'll see how we do here. Document traffic, Delta 1905, 10 mile right base, runway 3 right, Document. Flaps 1. Speed brakes armed. Document traffic, Delta 1905 turning a 10 mile final, runway 3 right, Document. This makes me nervous being this speed right here, but flaps 5. Alright. At 2500, we're going to gear down flaps 15. Okay. 2500. There's my wife telling me she just landed. We'll gear down. No. What are you doing at 193? Why would it do that? Why did it just go that one I don't understand. Alright. 146 to 151. Alright, flaps 30. Document traffic, Delta 1905 on a 3 mile final, runway 3 right. Document. That was a big fat lie. We're on a 4 mile final, but nobody needs to know that. All right, nice and stabilized. Little bit of a right crosswind here. All right, there's 1,000. Are we a pilot? We're not a pilot. We are a pilot, so therefore we're gonna go my airplane. Pokemon traffic, America, Delta 1905, short final, free right, Pokemon. Boy, it is windy.
500. 400. 300. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
I know.
Flight slow. Minimums. $100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Yeah, that was a bit of a banger. A bit of a banger. Trying to make this taxiway. Are we gonna make it? We do. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't the greatest landing in the world for my first 737 landing in a while, and doing it at night. That was windy. That was really kind of, I wasn't looking at the wind on the display, but it was sprightly. Seemed to be blowing the plane around quite a bit. But let's see here. First things first. Let's get some lights up. Taxi light coming on. We'll leave that on. We'll turn these off. Come on. All right. Let's get the APU going. Can't even see where it is. All right, and let's just get the chart out here real quick. Not too bad. I mean, it really felt windy, which I wasn't expecting. Let's see. So there we are. I think we made the taxiway we intended to. And we did, so we're straight in. Just off to the right. Okay. Alright, I don't feel too bad about that. About that landing. Not great, but good enough. Not great, but good enough. Kind of funny that my wife literally texted me when I'm on short final. So we will settle ourselves here. The one thing that really screwed me up was at some point it went to manage speed. It went to speed intervent mode at 193, and I'm sitting there waiting for the plane to slow down. And I'm gonna park it right here. I was waiting for the plane to start slowing down. And wait, where's 121 here? That's what I'm looking for, right? No, 126. There we go. Somebody was in 126, so we'll go right here. That's where my wife's parked, right there. But it went to speed intervent mode at 193 knots. I'm like on a 4-mile final. I'm like, what the heck? But I have to say that flying the Phoenix with its more automation than it has was actually kind of helpful in terms of I didn't get as nervous being as fast as I was on short final. I'm not short final, but like I don't like being 190 knots inside 10 miles. Let's put it that way. And I was, and I didn't feel too bad about it. All right, let's do that. Let's do this. Let's go up top. Let's turn this on. Let's go over here. Come down here and we'll cut these. Do. There's that. Turn our taxi light off. Turn those lights off. Let the people free. And I don't know where all the lights are, but that's all right. Let's go. Electrics off here. APU bleed. We'll turn the bleeds off. All this nonsense coming off here. And that's that. Let's let's go over here and we'll get ground ops going. Let's set the chocks and we'll get ground power. We'll get some ACU. Yeah. And get the jetway. Get everybody going here. Fuel truck. I don't know where all the lights are in the plane. Where are all the lights in this airplane? Ah, floodlight. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Alright, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. And now the most important part of the flight. Not bad. Not bad in the parking job. I parked where the 777 goes, but other than that, not too bad. So I needed to be back here, but that's alright. But this is a cool airport. I like flying in here. When your wife always gets home when you're on short final. Yeah, I know the feeling. So she literally beat me by 5 minutes. I'm telling you right now. So there it is, and those my nav lights are on. I can tell you that already. Turn that off. I'm gonna leave that on. Oh, I should have turned those on for landing. But anyway, not bad, right? We did. It was a fun flight. I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun doing that. Yeah, Mike Coffee. Yeah. So there's an old joke that says if you have to do an off-field landing at night, aim for somewhere dark because theoretically there's not going to be anything there to hit. And the joke goes, when you get close to the ground, turn the lights on, and if you don't like what you see, turn the lights off again. You know, but anyway. But let me check my landing rate here. Let's see here. Not bad, 114 feet a minute. I'll take that. That's not bad at all. It's a heck of a lot better than I thought it would be. 3 hours and 55 minutes block time, 3 hours and 37 minutes in the air. Let's get, let me bring you over to Volanta here. We'll take a look. Where is, so like I said, 114 feet a minute. That's not too bad at all. 337 flight time. Pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with that. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate that. Bob, Mike, you guys were great. You guys were awesome. I enjoyed that flight a lot. And I'm on vacation, and I'm gonna go order pizza now because I can. Gentlemen, I genuinely appreciate your company this evening. Genuinely appreciate the support always. You guys are awesome. And I'm gonna be doing a heck of a lot more flying this week because, again, I can. So this was a fun one. I enjoyed that a ton. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did. And you guys have a good night. Take care of yourselves, and we will talk soon, gentlemen. Everybody have a great rest of your evening. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Thanks so much.